What's up, guys? Today is the 14th. We're doing some game testing today. See where I left off yesterday. Okay, yeah. I was debugging. I remember exactly where. I did a little evening session. I tried to stream it, but my internet's messed up, like always. So anyway, we're gonna go ahead and move into the Canasta / main. We're gonna run the server. We're gonna run the client, and now we're gonna do run the client again. Okay. And let's see. Okay, so we have a crash here. Let's see what our crash was. Okay, type object game has no attribute. Text input active. Okay. I don't understand. How does it not have text input active if it, like, our instance attribute is like not available to the class on the class level? So let's go ahead and create a class. We'll do def init self, and then we're gonna do we'll make a class attribute which is called x, and it'll be 1, and then we have def init, and then we'll have self dot y equals 2. Now let's say c equals cls, and then print cls dot x, which is definitely gonna work. Okay, so now if we do print cls dot y, oh, that is such a basic principle of Python, and I did not know that. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna front. I totally thought that class attributes, I thought that classes had access to the class level attributes and the instance level attributes. I did not know that class class objects only had access to class attributes and not instance attributes. Damn. Yeah, I just totally did not know that. That's kind of embarrassing, I'm not gonna lie. But, I totally thought you could access, Oh. Okay, so, well, wait a second, though. I thought like the whole point of isInstance I thought the whole point of isInstance was I remember reading about this example with isInstance, and they used isInstance to find out whether a attribute was a property or not, or just a regular attribute. And instance, if isInstance of cls.y property, then print true. Okay, maybe if I can type. Oh, and it throws that error. Interesting. Then if you do... Oh, sorry. That was... I'm an idiot. Okay, so we still get the same error. CLS has no attribute y. If we do c.y, that doesn't even fucking work. So that line actually... Okay. I see. So I'm gonna have to rework that system. That section of code. I thought it worked differently. Let me see something real quick. Let's okay, Python. How do you get the how do you determine whether an instance attribute is a property? Can you use isInstance? Now you cannot directly use isInstance to determine if an instance attribute is a property in Python. Here's why. isInstance checks type. The isInstance object, class, or type function checks if an object is an instance of a specific class or type. However, properties themselves are not a distinct class or type. There are two ways to determine if an instance attribute is a property. GetAttr and type GetAttr of object, okay, is property. Takes in an object in the attribute, okay. Try. Attempt to retrieve the attribute using GetAttr. Attempt to retrieve the attribute using GetAttr. Checks if an attribute is a property of the object. Prop equals GetAttr object attr, except attribute error, return false. Check if the retrieved attribute type is a property. Wait, what? I'm confused. I'm like, didn't it just say that you can't use is instance? So okay, let's test this. Okay. So let's we're just comment that out. Now we're gonna do I'll just straight up copy this code. And now let's go back over here and paste it in. So we have is property, which takes object and attribute, checks if an attribute is a property of the object. Prop equals GetAttr of the object, and then the attr, except attribute error, return false, and then return is instance prop, is it a property? Okay. So now let's say is property, and we're gonna pass in C, and then let's actually do at property, and we'll do def x self and return self dot underscore x. And then we'll say at x dot setter def x self val, and then self dot underscore x equals val. Okay, so now if we call this is property with C and then x, and it says, oh, duh, I messed that up. It's C dot x, and then you put property. wait, no. Okay, so we did have it right. We passed C, and then we pass in X. But we pass it in as a string. Okay. Now we're gonna say result equals, and then print result. Okay, it says false. Oh, is instance returns its own thing. Okay, I see. So that, yeah, that doesn't work. Okay, how about this? So that's probably going to be the way, this second method here. Which is right here. Oops, let's put this on this side. No. Oh, you can use Alt. Wait, what is going on? What is it doing? Oh, it's... I don't know what it's doing there. Like, this is... if you hold Alt and you do left and right... Is this a... So it's... Like, what is choosing these files? Is it because these are the ones I have open? Test reminders. And then things to do, client, things to do, devlog. Why does it skip test reminders? I'm confused. I don't know what this... I just like accidentally hit Alt and I hit the wrong button. I was trying to do this window thing, but I hit Alt left and right and it started sifting through these files. I didn't even know that was a thing. I was trying to figure out exactly what it was doing, but it didn't seem to have like a principle. It was just kind of like random. So anyway, let's go back to this right here. And let's see, I think, so I'm pretty sure this answer it gave was like not correct. It's not, it doesn't work like that. That's not a good answer. So we would have to do, this one, direct check with has adder object and then get, because that makes more sense. Because only properties have getters, I guess. And I'm gonna put that right there. Do only properties have getters, or do regular adders have them? Alright, so it says this is a direct check for custom getters. So this will only work though if it has a getter. Isn't that right? We're not a setter though. Yeah, we wouldn't want to check for setters because not all properties will have a setter. Some of them just have getters. Anyway, this property with custom getter checks if an attribute has a custom getter. Might be a property. Return has adder object dot underscore dunder class and then the attribute and has adder get adder object class adder get. Okay, that's a little bit confusing to me. I'm not gonna lie. I am a little tired as usual, but let me try to understand this a little better. So we have this is property with custom getter, which takes in object and then adder. Okay, so it takes in object and adder. Fine. Now this is the part that's confusing. Let's break it up into two pieces. So we have return has adder. So it's just doing two things. That's all. Or like, I've never used return and before. This is new to me. I'm confused about this. I want to try this. So let's do def f and it takes x, and then we'll do return x plus 3 and x plus minus 3, and then we'll do f of 3 and run it. Oops, it's gonna bug out because of this code. Well, no, it actually shouldn't. Oh, no. Print f of 3. So it returns 0. Let's have two of them open. Let's ask ChatGPT. That okay. Python, what does return x, what does return and do. The return statement can be used with the AND operator to conditionally return a value based on whether both operands are true. So why would it return 0? Because isn't 0 false? Okay, there we go. Okay, so I did return x equal to 3 and x is equal to 6 minus 3, which is still 3. And then it does evaluate to true. Okay, so I've just never seen that before. I'm familiar with the AND statement. I've just never saw AND used in a return statement like that. It's just new to me. Valid expression values. What will we return? Okay, cool. Alright. Didn't know you could do that. I mean, makes sense though. Okay, so this is going to check first if the object under class at the attribute exists. So this is taking the object's underlying class and checking to see if it has that particular attribute. And then it's checking if the getAttr of if the actual attribute of object of the underlying class at that attribute, that return value has a getter. At least I think that's what it's doing. I've actually never used underscore class. So let's see what that does. So we're gonna go over here, create our class, our and then we do alright, now let's do print cls dot underscore class underscore underscore. Okay, so it is a class type. So the class object is the class's dunder class method returns the class type, which is a little bit confusing. See, has adder. Let's do this. We're gonna break this up into a couple. So we're gonna print has adder, and this is gonna be C. Oh wait, was that okay? So we printed CLS class. Hold up. Now let's do C class and see what happens then. Okay, so when we access the class object, it returns type. But when we check the instanced object, it returns main.cls. Okay. I see. Okay. So class objects are of the type. Like, I guess is that the same thing as print is the type? If we do type of class, and then if we do type of C, is this going to give us the same? Yeah, so it's literally the same exact response. Let me ask and see. Let's see. Python is underscore underscore class the same as type. In Python, underscore underscore class and type are both used to retrieve the type of an object, but there are some subtle differences between them. Underscore underscore class, attribute of an object. It's an attribute, a special data member of a class instance. You access it using the dot notation, okay? Returns the class that the object is an instance of. Limited mutability, rare case. In rare circumstances, you can modify a class to change the object's type at runtime. However, this is generally not recommended practice and can lead to unexpected behavior. Type. Build-up that takes an object and an argument returns its type. More versatile. It can be used with any object, not just class instances. For example, type 10 returns class int. Static type check. It's often used for static type checking during code development to ensure compatibility between objects and function arguments. When to use which. Generally use type. In most cases, type is the preferred way to retrieve the type of an object. It's more versatile and doesn't rely on accessing object attributes. Use class sparingly. Use class sparingly when you need to access the class of an object within a method of that class itself. For example, to call a static method defined in the class using the class itself. Okay, so if you wanted to call a method from the parent class, basically, is what that's saying, I believe. Accessing class within a class method. Okay, cool. Now, let us run this line. So we'll get rid of this. Or actually, let's do the other half now. So now this is doing has adder. Let me put it down here. Has adder, but the first of the two is get adder object underscore class and then attribute. So if the class, the parent class, or is it well, no, it's not the parent class, it's just the class. It's not the parent class. So it's just type. Yeah, it's just the same as type. It's not parent type. I don't know why I was thinking that. Anyway, so if it's object underscore class and then the adder, it's going to get that attribute. So in this case, it would be, the object would be C, and then underscore class, and then the adder is going to be X. And we're going to see if, so this get adder C.class at X well, that's because it's a class attribute, but if it's just an instance attribute, then would it work? Now it's going to check to see if C.class has X at the instance level, and if it does, it's going to see if it has a getter. So now let's do print has adder, and it says X is not defined. We need to do it as a string. And then it says true. Okay, so this actually worked. Now, just to verify what it's doing in the background is what we expect that it's doing. We're gonna print the get adder of C, which is the instance underscore class, and then at the X attribute, giving it the string X, and it returns a property object at a particular, okay. So let's see, if we change this to be type of C, would it still work? Yeah, it still works the same. And then and then if we do change it from get to set, it still returns true. But now if we comment out this setter and then do it again, well, it still, well, then it still returns true. Whoa, damn. Like, what if we just change it to Zet? Is it going to print out true then? No. Okay. And then, but even though we don't have a setter, like, it still has a setter. Which means if we did C.x equals 3, we could do that. has no setter. So how does it have a set, but it doesn't have a... I'm confused. Oh, so the set is just not defined, but it exists. Okay. So then let's print the... Let's do getAtter, so let's basically mimic this, but let's instead do getAtter. So getAtter, double. So then it does have a setter as a method dash wrapper set of property objects. So it's just not like initialized. So then if we change this, or oops, if I were to uncomment that out, now it's the same. It's not a different memory location though. Okay. So, alright. Well, if it's just a regular attribute and it's not a property, then what? Okay, so now it's trying to get, which line? 4077? Okay, there is no setter. Okay, now let's see if it has get. Let's try this. Print has attr, get attr, c class get. Type object CLS has an attribute x. Okay, so now let's do print at getAtter C class. Why is it doing this? What's the deal? Oh, it's missing. Okay. Let's just get the attr of C at x through the class. Okay. Type object CLS is an attribute x. But if we change it to be a property, then 4063. So, oh, it's because it's named the same. Now let's try that again. Okay, now it works. Okay. Okay, I'm just fooling around with this. I'm trying to understand this better. Okay, so I think I understand it a lot better now. Okay, we're at 46 minutes. God, I'm so tired, dude. Fuck, I took my sleeping medicine. I went to bed like on time. And it was just one of those nights where I couldn't fall asleep. Guess I took too much B6 or something. Took me like an hour and a half to fall asleep, even though I took sleeping medicine, Tylenol PM and melatonin. So like, I hate that shit, dude. I laid down. I was supposed to get like, I was gonna get like 8 hours solid. Ended up getting like six and a half. You know, it just sucks when that happens, bro. So I'm just like fucking tired, dude. I'm so tired. Anyway, trying to wake up here. Don't want to drink too much coffee because then I get like, you know, jittery and wired, and then I can't sleep tonight. So I don't want to do that to myself. I'm gonna figure something out. Okay, so I'm a little bit scattered here. Let's go back to okay. So just like FYI though, Gemini is actually very helpful on ChatGPT. Probably even better. Anyway, at teaching, like, if you want to know, you know, instead of searching Stack Overflow, it would have taken me a while to search this on Stack Overflow. Matter of fact, I already did this on Stack Overflow. That's where I got this answer from. And unless I'm doing something wrong, apparently the method actually doesn't work that I was trying to do. So here's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to get rid of all this stuff. We're going to go back to square one. So this test segment is got the X attribute. Let's see, and we'll get rid of this, and we'll get rid of this, and this is just to remind us. So we have class CLS, which has an class adder, and then an instance adder. And now we instantiate the class object, and if we then say print c.x, that works. But if we print cls.x, or I'm sorry, cls.y, I do cls.y, it says it throws an attribute error type object CLS has no attribute y. And I didn't really know this, honestly. I didn't know that class objects did not have access to instance attributes. I thought they had access to class attributes and instance attributes, and that instance attributes, instances only had access to, well, no, because don't instances have access to the, let's see, instance attributes have access to the class as well. Okay. So instances have access to class attributes and obviously instance attributes. But class objects only have access to class attributes. They do not have access to instance attributes. Yeah. So I just misunderstood that. Reminder that class instances, or let's just say class objects, have access to only class adders, not instance adders. Instances, or we'll say class instances, however, have access to both class adders and instance adders. And that's very important to know. And now this is going to say at the beginning of the test segment, the title will be class object adder, class object instance adders. And now we can comment this out. Alright, and now I want to go back to client, or was it server? It was client. It's that part that says is instance. Okay. Alright, so here's the deal. I want to verify for sure whether or not this system works or not. The answer that I got from Stack Overflow. So let's go ahead and copy this right here. Well, we don't actually need to. We just need the top line. And let's go back to test reminders. And let's see about, without using eval. We're not going to use eval. We're just going to have object and then property. Or object dot x is a property. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to say, we'll copy all this. So I'm going to use that. So now let's right. So we have class CLS x equals 1, which is a class attribute, and we're going to change this to be an instance attribute. And what the fuck did I just do? Sometimes you need to laugh. So let's do add property, and now let's do def x taken in self, and we're gonna return self dot underscore x at x dot setter def x, and this is gonna take self and val, and then we're gonna say self dot underscore x equals val. Okay. So we have the class CLS, which has an instance attribute of underscore x, and then we have a property which, now that I'm thinking about this, the fact that properties are defined at the indentation level, that puts them even with class attributes. I'm like, wouldn't that be considered a class property? I don't know. I don't know why it's not indented. Like, why do we not indent it there? Because I'm pretty sure if we indent it there, we get an error. Do we have do I have code that's not commented out? Oh no, it's because of this line. Duh. Alright, let's see. Okay, so I actually didn't throw an error. Okay. Print c dot x. Well, you gotta have the proper syntax. Print x. CLS object has an attribute x. Did you mean underscore x? Okay, so what if I do CLS? Okay. Ah. Uh-huh. No, man. Okay. So now if we do... So, okay. So you do have to indent. I just wanted to check that. If you could... If, like, you could have it indented at the inside the initializer, or if it had to be on the same level as the initializer, and it has to be on the same level, because now when you run it, you get 1, it works, and as a matter of fact, let's try like this, c.x equals 2, and then we should get 2, and now if we re-indent it back to the level of being inside the instantiator, whatever you call it, initializer. Wait, it worked? What? Oh, well, that's... Okay. Right, I see. Okay. You're creating C.2 at that point. Okay, otherwise... I was gonna be like, man, I know you just told me that X didn't exist. You know, I'm sleepy today. You can tell. I can tell. I'm having a little trouble with basic syntax here, basic principles, but that's the way it is sometimes when you're a little sleepy. 1.5 minutes till breaky break. So I get some coffee that I so severely need because I'm running on E, my dudes. C.x. Alright, okay. Let's see. So it has to be at this indentation. It has to be when you create a property, it has to be at the same indentation as the initializer, the def where you define the initializer. Okay. So now that we have that established, let us do... We're going to print c.x, which we know is going to print 1. Okay. And then, if we do print cls.x, is it going to work? Okay. Now this is working. So, well, this is working then. So, hold up, man. If I print cls.x, which is the class.x, it prints the property object. Okay. Now if I let's see now if I do if is instance of cls.x property print true. Okay, so it does work. Okay, well then, okay, so there's two different ways to, okay, so if we do c.x, well, what happens then? Python, what's the difference between a property and an attribute? In Python, attributes and properties are both ways to access and potentially modify data associated with objects, but they have some key differences. Attributes, simple data members. Attributes are essentially the basic building blocks that hold data within objects. They can be variables of any type, integers, strings, lists, directly assigned to the object. Direct access. You can access and modify attributes directly using dot notation. Limited control. By default, there's no built-in mechanism to control how attributes are accessed or modified. Properties. Special kind of attribute. Properties are a more advanced concept that builds upon attributes. They provide a way to control how attributes are accessed and potentially modified, defined with addProperty decorator. Properties are defined using the addProperty decorator in Python. This decorator creates a getter method that retrieves the value of the underlying attribute. Retrieves the value of the underlying attribute. Custom getters and setters. Properties can optionally have custom getter and setter methods. Properties can optionally have custom getter and setter methods defined using property.getter and property.setter decorators. These methods allow you to perform operations before or after accessing and modifying the underlying attribute. Okay, yeah, I know all that. Okay. Okay, yeah. I pretty much knew that. I just wanted to like verify my understanding. Okay, so yeah, this. All right. I understand now. So everything does work actually though. So there's the two ways. There's the first way, which is, well, this way, using isInstance, object, and property, which is very simple and straightforward. And then there's this second way, which I think ChatGPT, no, it was Gemini. Yeah, Gemini, where is it? Let's see. Okay, here we go. So Gemini said, no, you cannot directly use isInstance to determine if an instant attribute is a property in Python. Here's why. isInstance checks the type. The isInstance object class or type function checks if an object is an instance of a specific class or type. However, properties themselves are not a distinct class or type. But they are. They're property objects. And it's kind of funny because in the right behind itself, it uses the same thing that it says doesn't work. Like, anyway. Adder. Property equals get adder, and then object adder. Very simple. Yeah, that's just weird. I don't know. I think Gemini was just off there. I don't think I'm misunderstanding what she was trying to say. I think she was just a little off, incorrect on that one, which happens. Anyway, so moving forward, let's property print true. Let us. Let's see. What are we gonna do now? I'm gonna go take a little break. That's what I'm gonna do now. And then I'm gonna come back and we're gonna figure out exactly, I'll put a little note here. This method worked here using the class object passed to is instance. So why isn't it working on project code? And I'm gonna go take a little break real quick and I'll be right back. Broke here at 12, and I'll give myself an extra minute at 12:02. Alright, I'll be back in like 5 to 10.
They will force young female athletes to change clothes in front of biological boys in their locker rooms. They accept the biological man's slide tackle on the football field with a smile. That's what they want women to do. Just grin and bear. And President Biden and activists want young women to hide their tears when a biological male walks away with the trophy that those women have spent their entire life lives working for them. And it is wrong. Pass me the sick bucket. Pass me the sick bucket. That's what most fair-minded Americans are thinking. Mr. President, I suggest the actions of the law.
Clerk, call the roll. So, a couple of years ago, I started running art competitions on my YouTube channel. There was one for Sekiro, for Elden Ring, Dark Souls, Demon Souls, and Bloodborne. And the art that was created for these competitions was so incredible that 11 months ago I decided to run a Kickstarter for a book that I wanted to call Soul Arts. I wanted to showcase more art. I wanted it to be showcased in a better medium than YouTube, and it was also a further excuse to compensate all of the artists that were involved. And now, almost a year later, the finished product is in my hands, and I kind of can't believe it. I can't believe I'm holding this right now. Thanks to your support, we really...
Alright, I'm back, and let's see, how long was that break? 12:02 to 12:11. Okay, cool. That was a 9-minute break. That's better than my like 13-minute breaks that I had been taking. I was really like taking 5 every hour, which is a lot more reasonable. But like, you know, whatever. If you take like a 30-minute lunch break instead of an hour lunch break, and then you add 5 more minutes to like 6 breaks, it totals up to the 1 hour lunch break. You just get an extra 5 minutes on each of your hour break. It helps you to like reset. Sometimes it's good to go for consecutive hours. You like get in the zone, and then you can like skip a break. But most of the time, I feel like I really like that little 5 to 10 minute break every hour to give my mind a little rest. Anyway, so back to this. We're asking why, if this method worked here in the test file, is it not working? Oh, I think, okay. Alright, so let me run this again. Let me look at it real good. If is instance, and instead we're saying eval, because if we just literally put is instance object, then well, that's not actually the problem. The problem is the evaluating. I mean, the problem is the adder name string. So if we were to put without eval and just put is instance object dot adder name string, I guess strings are different. Like, whoa, hold up. Okay, wait a second. Oh, wait. I think I know why, man. Okay. It's... I think maybe it's because because it is a string and it shouldn't be. So if we just did is instance object without the eval, if we just did straight up is instance object dot adder name string, let's see, and is that how it was? No, it was like that. So the is instance object dot adder name string. And I think that's the issue, is the adder name string needs to be evaluated. But I don't know if you can use eval in the middle of a, like, within the context of dot notation. So let me see if I can let's put this as a reminder, 5/14/24, and the title, do we put the title first? Yeah, we put the title, then date. We say check if adder is property. Reminder that the last line of code here is one of a couple, probably the simplest, fastest, to determine if an attribute is a property. Note that you have to reference the adder in terms of the class object and not the instance object for this to work. You access it via the instance object, it will not return true, because it is getting the actual value and not the property, which is what is required. Okay, so now we can comment this out, and now, what was it that I wanted to test? Oh, that's right. So if we do, we'll copy this again, and all this right here, and comment it out, and then we say def init. Alright, so now if we are to write out c.eval and then of x, let's see if that works. Print and see if we get an error. Okay, and it says CLS object has no attribute eval. And just to verify, let's do eval c.x. Okay, and then if we do print eval of x, it'll print out the 1. Okay. So it does not let us do it in the context of the dot notation. Now, if we were to say, how about this? What if we said that is instance object equals C, and then we wrote it out like this. If we wrote eval is instance object, And then we have, let's just say, adder string equals x to represent the x attribute. So if we put eval isInstance object plus adder string, and then we printed that out, it should print out isInstance object. Oh, I forgot the dot. Okay, now it works. Okay. So that is the format, and then if we were to do isInstance, and then the isInstance object in this case would be CLS isInstance, and we're going to add one here and then here, and we'll say so this is for the eval, the blue is for the eval, and then the purple is for the isInstance. No, I have to have, so that's for the eval, but I don't need that in, yeah, I don't have to do it like that. Okay, there we go, eval, and then we're going to say property. So it's checking to see if the instance of the evaluated isInstance object plus adder string is a property. And since the isInstance object here is the class object instead of the instance object, I would assume this would work. Okay, so it didn't throw an error, so let's print it and see exactly what we get. Okay, and it prints true. Okay, so this is working. This is exactly like the same thing that's in the test, I mean the actual file. So let me just copy this line and bring it over here to compare, and we're going to get rid of the print part. And now let's look at it. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to mimic it by plus, so this is going to be isInstance object dot, and so now this, what did I just do, man? How do I do shit like that? So if isInstance object plus adder name string is a property, but now we would have to evaluate this whole thing. So we're going to do eval, and we'll even just change the name of this to be exactly the same, so we can look at it side by side and make sure it's done correctly. Okay, so we do letter for letter. isInstance object dot, and that is the string plus adder name. Just gonna put double right here. Let's do this again. Letter for letter. isInstance eval of isInstance object plus adder name string. Is it a property? Yeah, so that's exactly the same. So that should work. And of course, I have to use the bathroom because I'm drank some coffee.
Critical support workers, more on technicians and service and sales workers. Okay, so here's our final list. By the way, I want to mention that I'm doing this very conservatively, only eliminating roles that show rapidly, significantly declining number of positions. This particularly includes almost all clerks, like bookkeeping, accounting, auditing, file clerks, mail clerks, account clerks, payroll clerks, etc. It also includes a lot of roles in the finance cluster.
Okay, sorry, I had to use the restroom. But there's no getting around that, is there? Okay, so now we change this line. So like it should be. It should work now. At least I think it should. Doesn't that set there like when you thought? See, that's the thing with coding. Like you have to be so precise. Oh, we still have the. We still have the old. Oh, okay. I see. We still have the old one open. Okay, so let's run this one. Now let's. Oops. Try this again. All right. Let's wait a few seconds. Okay, so it's still waiting for the other player, so there's some sort of bug. Okay, here we go. We got our error, and what is our error? So it says, type object game has no attribute text input active. And this is, let's go ahead and maximize this. Okay, so I think we actually, okay, so the problem here is not the way that this is phrased. Okay, yeah, remember we established this. The class doesn't have access to the instance attributes, but I'm confused because okay, because it's not a property. Right. Okay, now I see. Okay. Okay, because it's not a property. Ah, okay, so the problem is not actually with this line. The problem is actually with the fact that the oh, is that what Gemini meant when it said you can't use is property directly? Well, I don't know if it necessarily worded this correctly because properties themselves are actually a distinct class, but, well, property objects are unique. And anyway, so what we have to do here is before we can determine whether it's a property, think of how to word this. So first we have to check to see if if it has the attribute. Because if it has the attribute, well, I was thinking about what about the cases where the class object will have the attribute, such as like well, we actually don't transfer those anymore. So let me see which ones have class attributes. This is line 274. Okay. So client doesn't. Custom append list doesn't. Custom logger doesn't. Custom time list doesn't. Deck doesn't. DTM set doesn't. Game. Okay, game does. Game has the card group in the card group dictionary, but the card group dictionary is not none of those are transferred. Locations has a couple, but they're not transferred. Okay. And then network doesn't have any. Then player doesn't have any. Progression does not have any. Server does not have any either. And setup, of course, doesn't have any because it doesn't have a class associated with it. Okay, now that means we can safely check to see if the class object has the attribute first. So if it has the attribute first, then doesn't that mean we could do? Doesn't that mean we could say? Well, I mean, damn, doesn't that even mean more simply that to check for properties, we can just do if the class object has the adder at all? Because if it has the adder at all, then, well, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a property. So those two things together would, though, safely, always safely ensure that we would be avoiding trying to get the attribute of an attribute that isn't accessible by the class object, i.e. instance attributes that are being handled. And two, it would ensure that the class objects the class attributes we were dealing with were properties and not just regular attributes. So there's going to be two layers, and I think if we put it on the same line here by doing if we say if has adder, let me think about this for a second. If we did if has adder first and then and, so if we had an and statement, if the first part was false, it would never try to execute the second part, which would have thrown an exception. So this is going to avoid the possibility of throwing exceptions, as well as ensuring that the object is a property as well. So we can say if has adder, and we'll say is instance object, and then adder name string, and is instance, and let me just test this, has adder. So let's go to test reminders, and well, I can actually use this. Oops. Alright, so is instance object here, and then adder, we'll even change the name to the adder name string. Okay. And we're going to print this, and now we'll run it. And we get true. But if the adder name string is y, we get false because it doesn't have that attribute. Or, but let's see, if we were to have y equal to 2 right here, now it would print true. But if we said has adder and is instance of is instance object, eval of is instance object dot plus adder name string, and then is a property. Okay, so now we're printing has adder with is instance object passed as well as adder name string passed. So it's going to get the attribute, or check to see if the attribute exists for that class object at the adder name string. And then if we do is and, checks the is instance for the evaluated instance object plus the attr name string to see if it's a property. So now if both of those are true, it will print true. And since we have the attr name string set to y, it returns false, but it doesn't throw an error. Now, if we change it to x, we should get true, and we do. Okay, and this means that, well, this means that the code we added should work. Now, and this is because if we were to just run this second line, is instance eval instance object attr name string property with the attr name string set to x, it's going to print true. But if we change the attr name string to y, oh, that's because we do have the okay. Well, this is not actually. That's not actually what we would do it more like this. Self dot y equals 2. Now we get an error because it's trying to get to see if the is instance object plus attr name string, which is y, is a property. So it's trying to check to see if the class object at y is a property, but it says that that attribute does not exist. But if we run this same section of code, I'll highlight it so you can see it's exactly the same. If we run it as the second section of this AND statement, then without changing any code, now there's no error. It just returns false, because the first thing it checks is to see if this instance object, which is the class object, has the attribute at y. And since the y attribute is actually an instance attribute instead of a class attribute, it technically does not exist at the class level. Therefore, this returns false and immediately breaks out of this AND statement before running this section, which would have thrown an exception if it had run. So I think we just figured out a solution. So I can just copy this entire thing minus this last parenthesis, I don't know. And I will even leave this to show that. I'll leave it just like this actually. And I'm going to put a reminder that if you want to check instance attributes to see if they are properties, since you have to check that via the class object, but running is instance on an instance attr on the reference point of a class object throws an attribute error because that attr doesn't exist from the perspective of the class object. Then to avoid this exception error, you can combine two conditions using AND. First, check to see if the class object has adder, and if it is false, it would break out of the AND statement before going to the second section, which would throw the exception, which then runs is instance class object adder. Clever workaround. Beat that, AI. Yeah, but seriously though, I do wonder if AI is going to take our jobs. The job that I don't have yet. Probably. Okay, so let's see. Now, if has adder is instance object. All right. If has adder set adder. If has adder, did I not copy that line? Yeah, I did. Cool. Okay, now let's compare them. Perfect. That's literally exactly how I have it worded in the test file. So now, I am 100% sure about this, and I'll put below line comment, or we'll just put modified 51424. Fixed this line to avoid attribute errors. By adding in the first condition to ensure the class object has access to the adder, i.e. that it is a class level adder or a property. If false, first condition is false and breaks out of AND statement, avoiding attribute error on second condition. Do not change. And I'll actually make that a note. Note, and then the rest of it will say first checks to see if class object possesses adder, and then if true checks to see if it is also a property object. This is to specially handle property object assignment. Compare juxtaposed to regular array. Okay, so I believe now we should be able to run this code and that this error would no longer be a thing. Okay, so it's still hanging at this beginning section. So let's give it a second and see if it crashes on its own. Okay, so it looks like it hasn't crashed. Let's go ahead and kill the script. And I think we have to kill the server first for it not to like hang like this. But I gotta figure out a way for that to happen on its own. Alright, so we get one. Okay, this one we got other player DC. Huh. Said other player DC to draw one. What is your name? True. Why did we get other player DC? Okay, well technically the other player did disconnect. Game.py 1204 update keyboard interrupt. Okay. Alright, let me change the logs to print them out immediately instead of delaying them until the end because I want to see. Okay. Let's change this to print. So where these logs are now going to print instead of being logged, they're going to print directly. Okay, so it says other player has DC'd, but neither player has actually disconnected. And it says start accepting clients. Okay. Ah. Okay, look, we have. Oh, look at this. he gets to enter his name. Okay, but the other player, for whatever reason, it is not doing what it's supposed to do there. Okay, well, we hit an error. So, okay, this one says it received it, but it did not apply it. It applied, okay. So we hit a milestone there. Current game is not defined, so let's go to client line 93 and see what we got here. Current game not clickable. Okay, so current game is not defined. But shouldn't it search? Okay, and there's our timeout. Because we did do set timeout to 100. So I'm guessing that we hit our timeout threshold, which is 100 seconds, but it didn't seem like that was 100 seconds. Okay, and it's printing this out again. And it's saying current game is not defined. Okay, well, shouldn't it search outside of the function for current game then? Like, if it's not found within the function, isn't it supposed to look outside of the function? Python. If a variable is not found within a function locally, does it automatically search the global namespace without identifying the variable using global x at the beginning of the function? No, in Python, if a variable is not found within the function locally, it does not automatically search the global namespace without explicitly declaring it as a global. I thought I totally tested that though, and it did. Here's how Python handles variable scope. Local, every function in Python creates its own local scope. Variables assigned within a function are only accessible within that function's code block. Global scope. Variables defined outside of all functions belong to the global scope. These variables are accessible from anywhere in the program, including within functions. To access a global variable from within a function, you explicitly declare it as a global using the global keyword before assigning a value to it within the function. Okay. Okay, so let me test this. I thought we could do, let's see. Thought we could do def f, and then if we had just x equals 1, and then we did def f, and then put print x, it would know. And then we did f. See, so it prints x without accessing x. Like, how does it... Okay, maybe it's only if we try to modify it. Now we say x equals 5. And then when we print x, it's going to print 1. No, it says print x. Cannot access local variable x where it is... Okay. Alright, so what if we just do x dot 5, and then let's try this. Okay. Alright. I understand now. Sort of. Okay, I'm gonna take a small break because I feel like I'm about to fall asleep. Be back in a couple.
trivial. I'm Jean, your trusted engineering mentor, who's going to explain to you the impact of AI on software engineers and what the future holds for us. Now, some so-called experts predict that AI will naturally disrupt the way we work, but may not replace our jobs entirely. Some believe that artificial intelligence will make software engineering irrelevant. Like the time when cars were invented, it completely replaced horses. We could see a massive reduction in the number of jobs available as software engineering productivity continues to improve. The demand for engineers may decrease, leading to a potential decline in the high salaries currently offered in the industry. AI versus software engineers. Who will win the job market?
Fuck. God damn it. Alright, I'm back. Okay, so now we're getting a... Okay, so we got this error, name current game is not defined, and that's right here. It's actually pointing to this in line 93. So it's pointing to this right here. And it says current game is not defined. Now, my question is, why doesn't it show that same error for this portion? Why does it not throw this error for current game dot time clickable card list? Is that because it actually executes it from right to left, or is there another reason for that? Because I was under the impression that we could reference a so here's the deal. If we just reference, what the fuck did I just do? If we were to just reference this X, so we have global X, and if we were to just reference X without, we'll just comment this out and then comment that out. If we just were to print X, by running F, you see it doesn't throw an error. Even though there is no X in the local namespace, it knows to search the global namespace. Now, if we subsequently want to change X to 5, well, now it's going to throw an error because it's saying at this point for print X, there is actually a local X, which I guess when it compiles the code first, this X is registered as a local variable of this function. Then it goes to print out X, but X does not we haven't assigned X first. Like, it's like we know there's a local X, but at this point the local X hasn't been defined, so it's a compilation versus runtime error. Now, I'm confused, and I'm not sure exactly how to like pinpoint my confusion. But right here, when we say current game dot game time listics, current game is not passed in as anything, but current game, just like X over here, exists in the global namespace. This you could just say is current game equals whatever 1. Now in this case, I would think that it would understand to look outside. I guess my bigger question is, why doesn't this throw a globe unbound local error? Why does this function work and not throw an unbound local error? So let's ask well, what is the actual error that it throws? No, it says it throws a name error. Current game is not defined. And I want to see why this one doesn't throw a name error. Why does the following code snippet not throw a name error? Python, even though the variable x is defined outside the function f, it is still accessible within the function. This behavior is due to a concept called LEGB rule. See, this is why I love Gemini. This is great. Look at this. This behavior is due to a concept called LEGB rule, local enclosing global built-in. The LEGB rule dictates the order in which Python searches for variables when a name is used. Dictates the order in which Python searches for variables when a name is used. Local. The function's local scope is checked first. Any variables defined within the function take precedence. Okay. Enclosing functions. If the variable isn't found locally, Python searches for enclosing functions. Functions defined within other functions. So if you had two, let's say you had the global namespace X, then you had function F, and then you had function G. If you accessed X from F without specifying that it was global X, but in G, you also had a value assigned to X. Does that mean that based on the LEGB, that due to E being enclosing function, that when F searched for G, it would check locally, which would not exist, and then it would check in the enclosing functions, which would be G, and it would access G's X before it accessed the global X? Because I didn't know that. So if that's the case, that's behavior that I should understand. And so let me make sure that I understand this behavior. Oh, I got this date all wrong. There we go. Okay, now let's do this again. We're gonna have basically the same code. But this time we're gonna have Well, wait, when it says enclosing, doesn't functions defined within other functions in the current namespace? Tries to print X. Python doesn't find it in the local scope because it's not defined there. Ever since X is global, Python actually locates in the global. Okay. Okay, great answer, Gemini, but can you give me a more specific example concerning my last question? And I'm pretty sure you can reference your last questions and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure Gemini like knows that. Concerning my last question, can you give me an example of enclosing functions? Certainly. Here's an example of enclosing functions in Python. Now that is really cool, man. That's so cool. To illustrate how the LEGB rule interacts with nested function definitions. So, def outer function. Okay, so this is, it means nested functions. So, you have x equals 10, which is technically not a global variable. Or it's a global variable within outer function, or it's really a local. And then you have def inner function, which is accessing x from the enclosing function scope. Okay. And then you call the inner function. The outer function defines the variable x with right since defined at the top level of the outer function is considered local to outer function, but not inner function. Inner function defined inside outer function, making it an enclosing. But wouldn't the outer one be the enclosing one? Because it encloses the inner function? Wouldn't that mean that the inner function is enclosed, not the enclosing? Try to print the value of x. Here's where the LEGB rule comes into play. X is not found in the local scope of inner function. X is not found in the local scope of inner function because it's not defined there. However, Python looks at the enclosing scope and successfully finds the variable when outer function is called x equals the definition of inner function. Okay. Yep, I understand that. The wording was a bit strange. Okay, so then now my question is, why does, which line is it? 93. Why does this throw a name error? If the same concept is applying, so if I just were to write current game equals current game right here, would that solve the issue? let's see. Just out of curiosity, to see if I can make a little ghetto to understand the underlying issue here. Okay, and we've waited a while. Now we can. Okay, actually, it's working now, or sort of. Oh yeah, that's right. It has to wait seconds before. So it's really more like 6 seconds because it's waiting for initial data. So it's 3 seconds, 3 seconds, and maybe 9 seconds actually. Okay, so now let's. But didn't we leave it running and it just like crashed by itself? Well, if we fix that bug, then it's not gonna crash. Okay. Okay. Alright, it looks like it didn't throw that error, but I don't know if that's just because of like the variability, like the unpredictability of the scripts, you know, and the complexity and like how results are not like going to be exactly the same every time based on like how I terminate the script and which script I'm terminating first. I guess my principle should be that I should terminate the server. Okay, so that does avoid the error. If we pass current game, and this is a server error, so let me remember that. If we change current game equal to current game before we run this line, then we avoid this error on the server. So let's go ahead and kill it, and now let's, where is it? There it is. Okay, so now let's run it again and see if, just to verify, we should no longer get that error anymore. So let's wait like, okay, well now we get unbound local error. But why does it not look outside? I don't understand. Why would it not? Because current client is called within this frame. I mean, current game exists before it is called. Before dirt check is called. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna like stress too much over this. This is just a simple error that I do know how to fix. Although, if I'm honest, I don't like 100% understand the reason for this. Like why it's not able to use that LEGB to determine that this current game is referencing the current game that's defined in the global namespace. Maybe it's not actually defined in the global namespace. Let's just say current game equals and see about that. So this is defined within, this is global. Yeah, so that is global. Did I spell it different? Did I spell it incorrectly? Well, I actually removed it, so let's try it again. Okay, now I didn't spell it incorrectly. It's not that, so... I don't know. I don't understand. Let's see. Python. Despite an object being defined in the global namespace, why can't my function find it and is therefore throwing an unbound local error? But then if you define a variable in the global namespace to try to access it within a function without explicitly declaring it global, you encounter an unbound local error. Then here's the LEGB rule for variable lookup. This rule dictates the order in which Python searches for variables. Okay, right. In your case, the variable object is defined in the global namespace. When your function tries to access object, Python doesn't find it in the function's local scope because it's not defined there. Since Python doesn't automatically search the global scope by default, but it does. Like, does it not? Did we not just establish that it does when I ran that other function? Okay. I don't want to hang on this too much, but I kind of want to understand why this doesn't throw an unbound local error. Why? That doesn't throw an unbound local error. Why doesn't the following code throw an unbound local error? I still don't get it. Like, it just... I feel like it's conflicting, but I'm sure there's an explanation. Anyway. I know how it works enough to get it fixed. But let's move on. Okay. So, we'll get rid of that. And we're going to go to where? Alright, so we're gonna go right here. And what we're gonna have to do is we can either add another parameter and we can defaultly define it to be current game. Let me search within dircheck only. So now let's open it up and do Alt-L. And let's find all of the instances of current game. So if dir is equal to game, then doesn't object always equal doesn't the object arg always equal either current or other game? So if that's the case, then let me just look through these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Current game, draw window main. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I could probably just replace this snippet, all the instances of current game, with object instead. I'm pretty sure of that, which would mean, so in this case, dir is going to be equal to game, but I need to first verify that the object arg is always going to be turn so focus selection off. Okay, and so we have object arg is gonna either be, it's gonna be current or other game. Okay, so I don't think that we're necessarily going to be able to always use the object arg, because I think we may reference current game in the context where object arg is actually assigned to where object is assigned to a current player or something like that, and we don't want to. No. Come on, bro. What's going on here? Okay, I really have to learn how to do this better. All right, so what is it? You highlight first, Control F. No. Okay, let's get rid of this. Highlight first, Control F, current game, and then no. So you do current game first, find in selection, and then highlight. Okay, and then okay. I'm getting pissed off. I'm not gonna lie. Let's try this one more time. Highlight. Control F. Find in selection. Now type in current game. Okay. So you highlight first, then Control F, then Alt L, then type in your search text. Okay, so we're not going to be able to reference current game like this. Let me just go through here. Okay, so I think what we're going to have to do is pass in, add another parameter, which is we can just call it like cur game, and it's going to default to be current game. And then in all these places where we explicitly call current game, we're just going to change it to cur game, and it will access that argument. And that will allow this line to work. The previous ones I highlighted minus that comment. This one would remain the same. This one would use the cur game arg. That one would, and so would these two. Yeah, so we're gonna add in a new parameter, which is gonna be game cur game, which equals by default current game, and I think that should work because current game is always like defined. Why is this yellow? What's the problem? Current game is not defined. How is current game not defined? Okay. Alright, I see. Whatever. So this will be default to none. And now we'll just add this in. And this, we're gonna go all the way to game ID, and then it's called, what is it? CURR? Let's just CUR. Okay, so let's copy this. Int, game ID int. And then finally, 1, 2, 3, cur game equals the current game object, which must be passed as an arg due to the fact that this function is assigned in but also called int pi. So it doesn't know what current game is without it explicitly referencing the global current game variable or something like that. So now we can go and find, no, not that. What did I do? How come when you're in search and you hit Control Z, it doesn't undo in the search, it undoes in the actual file? Because I feel like that is a bug, because I feel like I'm pretty sure sometimes Control Z does work in search. Or maybe that's just for quick search. And God almighty, my back is hurting so bad. like so bad right now. It's terrible. Okay, so this one's going to be changed to cur game. Cur game, cur game, cur game. This one is going to remain the same. This is going to be changed to cur game. Game object, that's going to remain the same. Where is game object? But the client bool is equal to false, and this one needs to be changed to cur game. Cur game. And this one also should be cur game. Same thing here. And the only ones are these two. And where is game object? Let's look at game object. Okay. Game object. Why does only this one search for the game state? So this one, okay, if we're sending, it's definitely going to be in the context of current game. But if we're receiving this carrier data, okay, we can reference the object. And the object here is going to be current game or other game, okay. Now here, this is my question, is do we need to have this game object be assigned? This is receiving and then deck. Here's something I was thinking about. Whenever we're sending data to concerning the deck, which is a shared object, like okay, so this one is going to be special. Game object, game state. So we're going to put leave as game state. I mean, what the fuck am I doing? game object is used here instead of cur game because it is sometimes needed to reference other than. Yeah, so alright, there we go. Now now we just have to make sure that cur game gets let's see, bird check. We have to make sure that cur game gets passed. Okay. Alright, what's this one now? Nope, no. Okay, alright, so here's the receive. No, this one we're gonna pass in cur game. Cur game equals, and it's gonna say current game. Okay, now hopefully that works. And 14, 15. Now this is for send, and we need to add in cur game as well. Equals current game. So now we access current game as well. And this is going to say cur game equals none. And I forgot to change all those references. And this is and these are not going to be using, so get rid of that. Okay, third check params, that's why. Third check params. Okay, there's only one, and that's the one we fixed. Okay, so we should be good now. So let me go ahead and run this script and see if that bug is still persistent. Okay, now it's asking him for his name, but it's not asking this guy for his name. And it also doesn't look like it's applying the name. So let's go ahead and go to this next section, or terminate the script. And looks like we have None type object has no attribute game time listings. Okay, so we actually are hitting the same error in client at line 93. And this is saying that none type object has no attribute game time listings. Okay. So when is cur game equal to none then? When are we calling dir check without cur game? Why is it? If cur game is equal to none, print cur game equal to none. Now let's do this again. So 3 times it's saying that it's equal to none. And let me do else and see else print, and we'll say cur game is not equal to, so now let's fill that, open this one up, and okay, so it's never printing not equal to none. It's always saying on the server side, cur game is equal to none. Oh, because we didn't change it in server, doofus. Dumbass. Okay. Code game equals current game. Alright. Okay, well that makes me feel a little better. And this is supposed to be current game equals none. And so we also need to pass in current game equals current game. Now let's check. That's good. Okay. Okay, so now we should be good. I just forgot to change that on the server as well. That's just from being sleepy. Now let's... not working? Okay, so now it's always not equal to 1. None, rather. So that's fixed. Cool. Okay, so what bug exactly were we getting? Well, the prints may have caused issues, so let's not go off of that one, and let's run it again without the prints. So we're giving it 3 seconds to do its thing. Eventually this should switch to what is your name, and okay, there we go, it just changed. Okay, it changed for both of them. And now let's see if it works. Let's see why do we not see what's being sent? I would like to see what's being sent as well. So for where we send, I want it to print that out. So this is for receive, and then we print out our receive. Well, what about for send? We want to print out, we'll say add in code. Add in code to log changed attribute list, and that goes right under data pickle. So we'll say data equal right here. Adding code for that, because apparently something is wrong. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, so that's the problem. We have this error. Let's close this out. Okay, it doesn't want to. Now it says that player object has no attribute changed attribute list, and this is from somewhere. Okay. Line 78, draw 1, and then current player. Okay, so progression doesn't, or it's saying player object has no attribute changed attribute list. But player does have changed attribute list, does it not? If self ID is equal to 1, self change attribute list equals C1, and then self ID is equal to 2. Okay. So let's just put print 1 and then say ID equals 1 and then otherwise ID equals 2 and then we'll just put else print ID else. So now let's terminate this and let's run it again. Adding code. Okay, yeah, 299, right. We gotta add that in. We should add that in first, actually. So I'll. Ooh, what the fuck did I just do? We're gonna say for item in current client.changed attribute list custom logger dot traceback print log function, and then we're gonna add in this is gonna be client time, and then we would put so this does need to be f-string, it automatically did that. Then we say current client.id, and then or rather we wouldn't do for, well, yeah, we would print it. Current client.changed attribute list equals, and then we'll just print out this entire thing. And I got ants in my pants. Yes. So instead of doing for item in, we're just gonna do straight up custom logger like that. Logs the list pricing. Now we're going to copy the same exact code and put it in the server right here. Alright, now I gotta use the bathroom real quick. Okay, I'm back. That was quick, right? God, my fucking neck hurts so bad right now, dude. I gotta go schedule an appointment with the chiropractor because my shit is like killing me. Okay, so we fixed that where we added in the logging, and okay, it's empty. Okay, we actually need to check if it's populated. Oh, yeah, that's not gonna be good. Okay, let's stop. Okay, it stopped. Praise the Lord. And now we need to add in a if length of current client dot change attribute list no is greater than 0. Then we do that. Same thing here. If length is greater than 0, then we want to log it. So let's go ahead and okay, see we get ID else. See that? See this ID else thing? Well, that's not right. That's something's wrong with that. The ID should not be okay. Yeah, it's not gonna work all the way because of this name issue, I think. What exactly was it that was throwing the error? Something that required the player's ID. I don't know. Okay, so it's still frozen. So let's kill it. Let's see if we can find it. It's not there. That was for keyboard interrupt. Okay. Okay, I still don't actually... I don't remember. Let's scroll up and see. No, before this one. Just before that. Go all the way up here. Nope. Okay, I can't go up any further. Was it on this side of the client? I'd still have to go all the way up. Okay. Oh, we need to put send. We need to add send to this. This would be send. Okay, change list. So let's go to server and put the same thing right here. Send and then change list. All right, now how is ID, like, how is the ID else? I don't understand, because whenever we... Oh, I thought whenever we created the player, we passed in the ID. Or is that not how we do that? Oh no, okay. We assign the ID later. I understand. Okay. Let me just run this again and see if I can encounter. Okay, so that means this is gonna be. Here we go. Let me make sure that it's not printing the IDs. But I'm pretty sure it's like printing the ID after, or before rather, they're assigned right here. Which means it's not like bugged, but rather this is just the way that, how is it still accepting clients if how's it still accepting clients if it's not there anymore? Alright, let's try this again. We'll do server over here. Here, see Canasta, and then main and client. Alright, and then here we're going to do the same thing. Alright, now let's look at these printouts. Okay, so you get ID else, and then ID 1, ID else. ID 2. Right, so it's basically, it's printing these out during the init, because I thought that we passed the ID. I thought we passed the ID to it. We can do that as well. But we don't pass the name, because self-ID none. Oh, okay, so this is the issue. That's what it was. It was self-change attribute list. There we go. So here's the problem. Okay. Here's what we'll do. Okay. We need to change this. I see what the problem is. It's a very simple issue here. Get rid of this and that as well. Now we're going to self.name. Shouldn't we just set it to name? But there's things that rely on this being called just name. So I'm really confused right now, because if we don't, oh no, we do in the init, but we don't do anything with it. We just take it in. Why don't we assign name, self.name equal to name? Isn't it because we check, don't we check name in certain places for logic? Like we say if name is equal to, or rather we just put name is equal to, and now let's look at all these places, and not prior group name, but the actual player name. See right here in the draw one, if P1 name is equal to name, or P2 name is equal to name. Okay, so we could, okay, that's the only places that check that. So what we'll do to make this more proper would be to change this to P1 name is player 1, our P2 name is equal to player 2. And now we go over to player, and we do give them the name player 1 or player 2, but whenever we initialize it, we're gonna do let's see, because this is once it's never change, it was never. This is set once and is never changed. Okay, and we'll put if name is equal to, I think actually rather I would just put ID. We'll just do it like this. We'll do name ID. And then we'll say self.id equals ID. Now we'll go down here, and we're going to get rid of these 2 lines, and get rid of that as well. Now we're just going to pass in 1 for the ID and 2. So we have P1 equals player with the 1, and then P2 equals player with 2. And that argument passed is the ID. And we say self.id is equal to ID. And then we say if self.id is equal to 1, self change attribute list equals C1 change attribute list. And if self.id is equal to 2, so on and so forth. And we can also pass in the name parameter. It's like no big deal. And we'll just do this. We're gonna pass in a few different args here. So this is just gonna be changed attribute list. And now we're gonna pass in more than one argument. We're gonna pass in the ID. We're also gonna pass the name and then the changed attribute list upon instantiation. So now self ID will be equal to E, self change attribute list will be equal to change attribute list, and then self.name will be equal to name. And just to put this in the correct order, we want ID, then name, then change attribute list. So now we go to the bottom, and it's going to be ID, name, change attribute list. So this is going to be player 1. And then this is going to be C1 change attribute list. Now we can just copy this entire thing, paste this with P2, player 2, player 2, and then this is going to be changed to 2. Now that's cleaner and just better in general. And that should fix our bug. So now we can get out of this. We still haven't exited that. Let's go ahead and exit this server. Go back over here. Nope, not the client, buddy. We cranked up the wrong one. Let's do server instead. Server. Now we're going to go here and run the client. Same thing over here. Now, let's see what's going on. Okay, so waiting for other player to join. This is asking for his name. So we write the name, asking for his name. We write his name in, and let's see if it goes to the next stage or if we have another bug. currently I don't see anything that would cause a bug. I mean, I don't see any output that shows that we have a bug, but it looks like it's frozen. Currently, it's hanging somewhere. So, what is the issue here? Is it hanging on line 71? So we sent over the draw one progression X, what is your name? But it never sent the input text final. So it does say current client receive. Okay, right, because that's from the client, doofus. Okay, so from the client, it does send the input text final, and then it receives. Why does it print them out like that? We want it to print the entire attribute list. So let's go to server, and for receive, let's type in rather receive, no. How about that? Okay. Yeah, we don't want each one. We just want to see the entire. Let's just print the entire received change attribute list. And we'll just put received list equals received change attribute list. And we can cut down on the wording, the length of this by truncating these words. Alright. Change attribute list, and now we don't have to do this. We'll put logs. The receive change attribute list. Now we'll go over to clients, similar section. And let's find the so here it is. This is for the receive section. So we're going to paste that. Some logger. And alright. So now we're receive attribute list. Where did we assign the receiver? Okay, receiver there. Receive data ID, and then receive attribute list. Okay. Now this should log everything a little cleaner to where it matches the client's format, wherein it prints out the entire change attribute list and not just like a little section, or rather one entry at a time. Okay, so let's that's an issue. But why are we sending empty? We don't have logic added in for that. That's a problem. Okay. We don't have it set up to where it's only sending during Let's see. Which one is it? Other client receive? Current client receive, other client receive. Okay, so it's, why is it printing other client receive over and over again? Only other client receive. Now I see one current client receive, but I see all these other client receive just over and over. Okay, there's cur, so there is some current client receive, but it's still sending empty. And we shouldn't actually be sending any empty, shouldn't be sending anything empty like that. So that means we don't have the logic in place for that. Okay. Yeah, see, we actually need to include this. Okay, so at this point, this is where we want to check to see if the length of the current client's change attribute list is greater than 0. I believe that would be the proper step to take next. So we would say right here, if length of current, well no, not, yeah, no, we want the copy. So if the length of the current client change attribute list is length of current client change attribute list is greater than 0, then we want to do all this, which would be to iterate through the attribute list and remove anything that doesn't actually need to be sent. And then we would, says if length of current, okay, yeah, we only would want to send if the length was greater than 0. And we also would only want to remove from it in the case that we actually had something to send, because why would we? Okay. Alright. Now, let's just review. So it's beginning of send. If current client ID is equal to 1, it assigns current client change attribute list equal to C1 change attribute list copy, associated change attribute list to C1 change, okay, 2 to 2, and associated to 2. If the length of the current client change attribute list, which is indeed the correct reference because we want to reference that copy to see what we're about to send, if it's populated, meaning it's greater than 0, then we want to iterate through that attribute list and run dirt check on each item, and then if the current client's do not send error bool is equal to true, then we would remove that entry from the change attribute list. And after we're done doing that, we pickle the data, sending a tuple of the ID in the changed attribute list, and then if the length of the changed attribute list is greater than 0, well, we can remove this line because we know that it will be greater than 0 now. Then we create the message header, then we send all of the data to the current connection and then also to the other connection. and then we iterate through the change attribute list and remove each sent item from the associated change attribute list. Now we need to mimic this on the client side. So let's put these side by side, and this is the client, so we'll put it on the right side. The server's on the right, and then client's on the left. So we want to go to this, we'll put start of the send section, start of the send section, and we're gonna add in this same code right here. If length of current client is greater than 0, and now basically we can just go ahead and comment indent all of this up until the boom. Okay, so now let's review, make sure it's correct. Looks like that's 1 off for some reason. So we have if current client ID, elif client ID is 2, if length of current client change attribute list, indent below, then 4, then comment dir check, and then if then we have data, and this needs to be changed. And now it's message head, and then end.send because client side's different. And then we delete all of those entries that we just sent. Okay, that's fixed. So now we shouldn't be sending any more empty packets, or virtually empty packets. Okay, look how much faster it is now. Now it's immediate, so I'm guessing that was gumming it down, and it says prepare to play Canasta, waiting on other player to enter their name. Okay. And okay, we have some issue going on here. You see all this? That's a lot of fucking data. Why is it? It's kind of overwhelming. Okay, something crashed. Okay, guys, we got some action going on here. It looks like everything is finally working, at least to a certain extent. What is this exactly? So this is client in 207, card group append, custom timeless append got an unexpected keyword argument call from dir check. Okay, so let's go to line 207 in client and see what we got going on with that. So we have, this is for skeleton clickable card list or skeleton click card list, which are the custom time list instances. And we're checking if other client bool is equal to false, and etc, etc. Okay. Now, what do we do next? Then we say, so the card group here is card group name, and we append, we call from dir check. So does this not have that? Change from dir check does actually. So this is receive, right? It's for receive. Yeah, this is for receive. Okay. Card group equals object.card group name. Alright. So that gives us, how is that an unexpected keyword argument? Call from dir check. Oh, is it spelled differently? Changed from dir check. Okay, that's the difference. Let me see, what is custom append list use? Because we may want to change it to conform. We want to just use one. So we use call from dir check. And what do we really use more? Do we use call from dir check? We got 64, and then how about change from dir check? And then we got 57. Okay, well, call from dir check is different. Change from dir check, I mean, technically we could change all the instances of call from dir check to change from dir check, because that actually like is like changed from dir check is a more universal way to express the fact that you're modifying from dir check. Call from dir check, although it specifies the fact that you're calling a method, is not really like necessary. I think I would rather be able to just search through the project for changed from dir check and be able to see like every instance in which I'm dealing with that concept. So I feel like it should have that name, which is changed from dir check. So let's go ahead and I don't know. I think I'm just gonna change them all. Yeah, we're gonna put call from dir check and we're gonna replace it with, what's it, changed from dir check. Let me make sure that's actually the correct way that we have it already implemented. Yeah, so that is how we have it implemented. So let's recopy this, put this back over there. Now we're going to go through one by one and make these replacements. So call from dir check is going to be replaced with changed from dir check. So let's go ahead and implement that. So change from dir check, change from dir check, change from dir check, change from dir check, change from dir check. All right, all of this is looking good so far. And there's nothing else here. So let's go to the next file, which is custom append list, and so this is gonna be the actual parameter, and we're gonna change it to be changed from dir check. And same for this one. Same for this. This is going to be the parameter for pop. We're going to change that as well. Same difference here. And that one, and that one, and that one. All of these are going to be changed. And these as well. And okay, it looks like that's everything. Alright, so now we can close out these files. We'll go and run the script again now that that should be fixed, because we were using two different names. So you can see it's so much faster now. I see a lot of data is being transferred in the background. I don't think that's supposed to happen like that, guys. That's like a shitload of data. It just keeps sending it. And yeah, it's like it's sending the same shit. What is going on here? Okay, well, at least we have some action here. But I do believe there's something going on with this, the card group data. Look at this. Yeah, this is definitely, something's wrong. Something's like circularly sending or something like that. It's kind of cool how it's staggered. It's like a pattern, but yeah, let's see, progression text, prepare to play. Yeah, it keeps sending this over and over. Game progression text, prepare to play Canasta, waiting other player, player's name, game progression text, prepare to play Canasta. Okay, so it's sending this, or is it sending it or receiving it? Well, we can't even tell. It won't even let us like go back that far to see if it's a send or a receive. So that means I'm not sure exactly. Some circularity, something with circularity is going on. I believe so. That looks like circularity to me. Now this actually might be valid. I don't know if this is wrong. I think this is like actually a valid packet. It's got all the card group data for, oh god, look at it. See, it just keeps... What is going on here? Why are you doing that? What the fuck? Okay, so we got a bug here. There's something going on. And it's letting me pick the card. But it doesn't... Waiting on the other player to enter their name. Okay, so yeah, these bugs, I believe, stem from this constant... Okay, it won't let me exit out of it. Okay, so there's some sort of circularity. So it's adding each one to the clickable card list. It's setting the progression text, and it's also setting the player name. So I just don't know if this is a send or a receive. I don't know. I'm gonna take a quick little break. I'll be back in a couple minutes though. Okay. So we're back in. Let's see if we can figure out this, the problem here. I suspect it's... I don't really suspect anything, actually. I don't know. Because I don't know if this is a receive or a send. Okay, here we go. So this is receive. Alright. So client 1 is receiving from the server the card group data. Let's see if it already received that. $71900. So this just keeps happening. 727-427-68, and then this is at 63, and it's the same thing. Prepare to play Canasta ASDF ASDF, which means this progression text is circularly sending, because it's the same thing. It's just progression text. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at progression text. Let's type in def progression. Alright, not that one. Okay. If type of values equal to tuple, else change this append. Okay. So that seems fine to me. Is it in progression? Is the progression file, let's see, for progression. Okay, so it's not what is your name, it's this one. It's this is, oh wait, is that the one? Waiting on the player enter the name. Yep, that's the one that keeps being sent from the server. And so let's highlight this one. So line 81. Line 81. While true, try if. Okay. Okay. If num is equal to 0. Well, technically this would cause a bug. technically this would, could cause a bug if the player's input was player 1 or player 2. We should probably implement a switch of some sort that was changed after the player entered their name instead of checking against a. Okay, but for now we'll hold off on that. Name is equal to player 1, or P2 name is equal to player 2. So the easiest way to know if this is being set over and over again is to just print over and over again. And if it's printed over and over again, then we know that this section is running over and over again. So now let's run the client, and it's asking what is his name. Now he's going to go over here, he's going to say what is his name. You can see something happened, and this one is going to say that game ID is not defined. So let's go to client in 167. And let's look here. It says game ID. Okay, so game ID is not being passed. Is it not a param? Game ID int. Okay, so we have to replace game ID with game ID integer. So let's find game ID and replace it with game ID int. And we only want to do this within the context of dir check. So let's do Alt L, and now we can make sure we're not putting an extra space at the beginning or the end, and we're not. So now we'll put game ID int equals game ID int, so on and so forth. Okay. Alright, that's all of them, so that should be fixed now. Now let's run it again since we fixed that one, and see what happens next. Okay, so now we get our name, he's putting out his name. We're going to pick a card and we get some error. Custom append list, append got an unexpected argument, game ID int. Okay, so let's go to custom append list, and let's look at what it's expecting. So it's going to be expecting the game ID, I suppose, instead of game ID int. And that is exactly it. So we're going to change this to being game ID int. And then we're going to do the same thing we just did in the other place here. We're going to replace game ID int, and we'll just look throughout the entire file, it's no big deal. So game ID int, alright. Okay. Alright, now let's review. Alright, that looks good. Okay, so that one should be fixed, so we can close these two files. Let's go ahead and crank up the server again. Crank up the client. And you can see it's running better every time we remove a bug. It seems to be now. Alright, we have a game ID int. Okay, same thing here. It's going to be looking locations.visual.unexpected. So let's copy this. Let's go to locations. Do Control F and enter that in. And oh yeah, it's not going to actually show like that. Alright, now let's look for the game ID. Change it to the game ID int. Now this is going to be game ID, and then we're going to replace it with game ID int. Game ID. Okay. Card movement now takes game ID integer instead of game ID. Game ID integer. That one's already been changed. ID int. Okay. That should be changed as well. Okay. Now let's review. Alright, now that looks good. Looks like we fixed that one, so let's crank it up again. And you can see we're just letting the client find the bugs on its own. And it's running better every time I fix one of these bugs, but we still have some weird... okay, that's the first time that worked. It's going to let him pick his. It's not working completely, but it is working for the most part. We have some weird card movement going on here. And I'm not sure it's actually waiting these 3 seconds like it should. I don't know. It's a little bit slow. And this should be happening for both clients. Okay, so you can see it is happening for both clients. My boy here got this red 3. He gets his replacement card, and now he's drawing a new card from the stack. He's going to play his cards. And it's sorting all of those cards, and it's really kind of like skipping yeah, it's a little bit ugly, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it is working, but something's up with the visuals. It's not smooth like it used to be. there's something going on. There's some sort of bug, and it will not let me choose my discard. And I know that was a previous bug that existed before. So here's what I want to see. I want to see if we get this printout of over and over again. Remember, we added that to see if it was running over and over again. See how this is very okay. I don't see that it's printing over and over again, but here's what we'll do. We can make that more visible by changing the logger to, instead of print, we can log at the end. So this should reduce the amount of traffic in the logger, in the terminal rather. And now if we do encounter this, now let's see, this was the section where it did that. See, over and over again, over and over again. See this? So it is running over and over again, and it shouldn't be. So we have a bug here where that's causing this shit to just do this over and over again. So we have bad logic with this while loop, I'm assuming. Close, motherfucker. Close, man. Alright, so where do we go? Where do we go? We go to progression, and I believe that it's actually like time for me to stop. Look at me down here looking like a fish or something. You can't see me. It's funny. I think I'm actually gonna go ahead and stop now. I think I've ran long enough. How long has it been? 4.5 hours. Yeah, and I did take like an extra 10 minutes break overall, but I'm gonna be going 10 minutes over, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and stop here. And what we're gonna do is I'll put where it says over and over again. We're gonna stop here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bug here. While bad logic causing while loop to reassign and transfer this data over and over again. And then we'll put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And now we'll go down here. Put the date 5/14/24 at 3:28. Stop here. And that's going to be line 84 in progression. So we'll put stop at line number 84 in progression. And things to do. We'll add this there as well. At line, what was it? 84. Line number 84 in progression. So go to devlog, and we went 4.5 hours, a little bit over. So we're gonna put 3:30. And how many hours was this? So this was basically 5 hours, but just a little bit short of 5 hours. So we're just gonna say 4 hours and 45 minutes, which is 4.75. And yeah, so times with 3:30. And the entire time we were continued debugging via game testing, discovered and fixed roughly 10 or so minor bugs, mostly due to namespace changes from DTM. Solid progress. And we stopped at 1. Alright, and that was it, except we do have to make sure that we stage and commit and push our changes. So we're going to add that in, which is going to be from 331 to 335. So we'll recopy this and go down here, and we're going to cd out to our root directory. So now we're in our root directory for the project. We're going to git branch to make sure we're on the correct secondary branch, which we are. So now we can do git add dot to add everything, and that works. So now we're going to do git commit -m and open quotes to begin our commit message. And it looks like we don't have any quotations. I always say parentheses, it's funny, but it's actually quotations. It's not parentheses. Silly. Anyway, 16 files were changed. We had 324 insertions and 168 deletions. So that is what it is. And we're going to do git push canasta secondary. And this is going to push to that remote repo. Looks like everything worked. So now we're going to exit out of this, and we will go to programming, projects. We're going to go to Canasta. We're going to, actually I messed up. We just need to copy this. So copy the project, go out, go back to the backup. We're going to delete this old one. Get rid of that notification, copy in the new one, and then we're going to double check to make sure we did it correctly by looking at the devlog and going to the bottom. And we did. Today's the 14th, so now we know we're good to go here. We can rename our project to reflect